Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to,
It's locking in time. Y'all, we need to lock in. This is going to be a very hard section, etc. No. We need to lock in because the whole point of this exercise, the whole point of this run, is to prep for the next run. And I've been kind of faffing around for a long time. There hasn't been that much that I needed to do for quite a while now. Now, there was a lot of stuff that I probably could have and should have done. So, like, as an example, figuring out what the thresholds were necessary to get access to certain skills from certain masters at the earliest date I could get them. Let's just say I've been lazy, okay? I've been lazy. I haven't gotten as much information as I should have gotten. So, yesterday I started Googling around looking for some formulas. And as far as I can tell, it does look like breath weapons, including Blitz, do not scale with any stat except level. So that's the impression that I'm getting based off of what I am reading from a guy who is data mining. So that's the impression that I have there. That level is the deciding component for your breath weapon damage. What that means is that breath weapons should become broadly irrelevant in a game like mine. In a playthrough like mine, breath weapons should stop being relevant because they scale off of level, and if I'm using level-based damage, then what am I doing with my life? Like, I'm not using an actual scalar. Why am I making a build, right? So, breath weapons probably not going to be super relevant, though they might be able to... Though it depends. It depends on how crazy they scale. So, like, I would imagine that a Kaiser Breath at 9,999 HP at the end of a combo when it maxes out the things is probably a sizable amount of damage. But that being said, is it more than I could get using, like, an actual 999 attack? We'll see. The VP? Oh god, what? Of the United States? Fucking crazy. I'm trying to think of what joke to make. Stephen Miller is across the street from you? Holy shit. We'll go with that one. Let's see. So we got a bunch of math to do. That is actually legitimately spooky. I'm not gonna lie. It's spooky to be around people that have that many guards. Just in general. I know that generally speaking, like, you know, the Secret Service is not going around fucking up random people anymore, right? That's really more of like a 1800s and earlier thing. Still spooky. It's spooky as hell. Let's see here. I get very concerned anytime a person with a gun has a position of authority where they could potentially use it on me, okay? You know, this has been the case since I was a child. Let's see. So, we need to do quite a few things. First of all, we do need to get all of our masters settled. This is the thing that I haven't done. We're going to do that first. We're going to get the masters as settled as we can, as quickly as we can. So the first thing that we're going to do is a thing that I avoided doing because I've been kind of drifting through the game, and I didn't want to aimlessly drift myself into, into an inefficient leveling scheme. So, we're popping up to Lip, which is somewhere. Is this Lip? We're popping up to Lip, and we are going to That's crazy. Also, you are kind of doxing yourself right now. It is part of the public record where the vice president is at any given time. I'm just saying. But maybe it isn't. I don't know. I actually don't know how often they, like... These shows wandering around with their shit, that's dangerous. Okay. So, who gets to pop under Gyosil for 5 seconds? So we got a Ring of Ice. That's actually very useful. We'll throw Nina under you. And then... move on. Okay, 6,000. Am I going to get all of Gyosil's stuff? I'm not sure. I may or may not on this playthrough. I'm probably going to want to catch every fish at some point, but that's not the focus of today. We're gonna try to keep ourselves at least slightly fixated on where things are going. Speaking of fixation, the Daigo versus Mena RD, is it? Is RD the... Yes, because it looks like Menard. Mena versus Mena RD thing went about as well as I could have hoped for. Like, I was talking to my wife about it. So Daigo is like this like legendary Street Fighter player, and Mena RD is currently like the dominating top player in Street Fighter 6, right? Like, he is absolutely crushing everyone. He's won multiple championships. He's like a very like top tier player. Daigo, meanwhile, is like 45 and getting middling results everywhere. And they basically, it's complicated. I'm not going to go into all the details, but Mena RD challenged Daigo to a 1st to 10 match, which is a very long match, and Daigo accepted. And so they basically have been... It's been like a few months since that happened, and then they just had the match. And I was telling my wife, like, probably the optimal circumstance is like Daigo losing, but putting in a really good showing, because he's undefeated in this format, and at a certain point, he is going to start getting bad at the game. Like, I don't think you can keep being not bad at the game. He's going to be like, in a competitive sense, there's like a complicated dynamic to this, but basically, the more time passes and the more total people are involved in the sport, the more the people that were like at the top of the game when the sport was smaller are going to be small fish in this new big pond that you're in, right? You're going to get new talent that is blowing the old talent out of the water. The only reason that doesn't happen is because it turns out being old is good, because you have a lot of experience. You can do a lot of cool things. And anyway, it does happen in most sports, but like the reason that it wouldn't happen is because of that. Like, people pretend that like older people are worse at things when older people are, broadly speaking, better at things than young people. Young people actually suck at everything they do. Fun fact. They just don't have the experience. In 10 years, they'll be a lot better than they are right now. Now, with that being said, so the match went really well. Like, it was like, oh, okay, this is like a close match, which is the first time that's happened with a Daigo match. And it went well. I'm impressed. I'm now realizing that I don't really necessarily want to spoil how it went, but like it was good. I was like actually like, oh, okay, great. This is not a blowout in either direction. This was worth watching as someone who doesn't watch Street Fighter, and it was very interesting. I appreciate it. I think that it went pretty well, and makes for like a good like the result of it doesn't lean into any of the more like toxic directions that such a confrontation can lean in. So I thought it was cool. Let's see, what were we doing? We were going to talk to Bunyan. So let's go talk to Bunyan. We'll get Bunyan as Matt. Actually, wait, no. What am I thinking? I needed to talk to her again. What level am I? I'm level 34. I need 35 to get all of her stuff. Never mind, I don't need to talk to her right now. So, the Quay's level is what defines her things. So, moving right along, we're going to... Is this Bunyan's house? No. Where's Bunyan's house? Yeah, so that went well. And that's... You know, fine and all. I didn't mention yesterday, but the Brent oil prices, the oil futures prices, have skyrocketed again. They're back up to 110. Look, I really need to go to the bank and set up an account that allows me to dabble in futures. I really do. I really need. That's just the thing that I need to get around to doing because it's ridiculous. But yeah, I believe that I now know what Triple Blow does. I believe Triple Blow is a 0.6 modifier. So, Triple Blow, I should be able to fairly easily calculate how much damage it's going to output. Also, interestingly enough, critical hits do not scale at all the way that I would have assumed that they do. And I sent an email. There's a guy who got like who did a bunch of data mining and got a bunch of the mechanics from the data files, and he put a bunch of them in a post on GameFAQs. But then he also had a website, but that was 16 years ago. So that website is now completely defunct. So I have sent out an email to him, and well, to them. I don't know. I've sent an email out to them, and we'll see if I get a reply. My hope is that I'll be able to get some information about the some of the details that I'm missing that I would love to have. I'd love to know how Super Combo works, which we could have gotten Super Combo a long time ago, and that would have been very useful for Cray. I'm going to have to see if Super Combo does enough damage to justify using on Cray. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, wild stuff. It's been a busy, 20 hours or so. A lot of stuff going on. Vice President's hanging out with chat. Daigo versus Mena RD came out. I did a bunch of, actual work to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Imagine me doing anything. That's actually not... I spend so much time on my spreadsheets, I don't think anyone would... Oh, God. I just realized that I did not... I've been fighting random encounters. It's good with the world with the knowledge I've gained over here. Here, you trade your vision, seeing your enemy, being able to gauge his ability, perhaps the most vital skill. Who do you want me to train with? Okay, blah, blah, blah. So, Nina is very close to leveling. We are not fighting any more battles. That could have gone very badly. We don't need to actually put anyone under you. Whether you win or lose a battle depends on one thing. When the time comes, are you prepared to strike and strike without hesitation? Come back when you've dealt 3,000 or more damage in one hit. I've already done that. I think so. Yeah, I literally just did. So we learned backhand. Backhand is useful. Backhand does physical damage that cannot do lethal damage. So you could use that on a character that you want to drop to 1 HP. Oh, whoops. This is not what I needed. Okay, we'll okay. 12,000? I don't think I've done 12,000. 12,000 is a lot. 12,000 is quite a lot. So, let's see, what else do we have going on? What else can I spoil about the world? What else can I spoil? Let's see. Any like major movies about to come out that have some leaked details that I could spoil? We run. I remember what I just said. Yeah, we only need 3,000 EXP to level up, which I guess is 18,000, which is quite a lot, but don't worry about it. Okay, we also need to get Urshan's ultimate armor. That should be fairly easy to accomplish. We just need to go to a specific place and fight an enemy that I didn't run into the first time. It's a 4 in 32 like encounter rate in one room of the tomb. So luckily it's not deep in the tomb. I don't need to worry. It's not going to take a long time to get to. Okay, so next on our agenda is popping back to the Abyss. We now have all of the different characters available to us, all the different masters. So we should be able to pick up a bunch of their skills. How much time have we spent in-game right now? It's 37 hours. So, hey, how's it going? Great and powerful Yorai Dragon. If you're looking for the Abyss, she's in our quarters. Okay. Next on our agenda, Saga to you. How's it going? Okay. So the Abyss still doesn't have any new stuff for us. I thought you gave 3 per level. Holy shit. 4 int per level is crazy. So I haven't encountered 70 enemy types, apparently. Huh. Do I need to kill them all? Because if I need to kill them all, that's going to be concerning. I feel like I must have run into 70 enemy types, right? It has to be tracking whether I've killed them, not whether I've run into them. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's see here. So, everyone is now under the master they should be under, right? Yes. So, you're under Kryrik. You have 263 power. That is a lot of power. Also, apparently the Dragon Tier does literally nothing. Fun fact. I was reading through the forums and they're like, oh yeah, this doesn't seem to actually do the thing that it says it does. So that's exciting for us. So we can put on Titan boots. Let's just do that. She scales very well with power. Let's see here. Next on our agenda is we need to get. Did we get reversal already? I think we got reversal, right? We did get reversal. Okay. So, We could use reversal. I want to check a couple of things. So let's do a couple of quick tests that will be very easy to do. We are going to give reversal and shadow walk to you. So Blitz scales with HB. We're going to give that to you. Blitz doesn't scale with HB. It scales just with level. What am I talking about? Okay, don't worry about it. Focus. I'm actually going to give focus. Oh, you have 8 stock already. So Last Resort and Focus are both on you. Optimally, I would want those moved. Double Blow. Can I not remove skills from people? I can only move them? Weird. Okay, we'll just give you Double Blow so that we can move this stuff over. We have Spirit Blast, which we probably don't need anymore. Backhand Reversal. And then what else? I don't know how Fairy Charge works. Or Fairy Tack. I don't know how those abilities work yet. Ugh. It would be nice to get Last Resort, but that does not seem to be likely at this exact moment. Alright. Not going to worry about it. We are going to do this. Let's take a look at our skills. Right, you have all of the random strikes, which I don't necessarily need you to have. Triple Blow is probably the thing that I would want to be using the most of. We'll see if Reversal gets the job done. I guess there is some advantage to the strike abilities. We'll see. I'm gonna check. So we're going to pop out, and we are going to check whether Reversal and Shadow Walk are both AoE. If Shadow Walk is an AoE still, and Reversal is an AoE still, then we can try to set up a nice little setup for Ursula to basically reversal the thingers. So let's see. Reversal hits all. Shadow Walk hits all. I was honestly not expecting that was going to be the case. Is Ursula going to just be my carry? Maybe. We'll see. So, let's try to do a reversal. Let's see how much damage reversal does at full HP. So reversal at 4 HP. We were doing like. Okay, reversal does like nothing at full HP. So that's good to know. If I'm at full HP, reversal does do less damage. Okay, so it's doing about a quarter damage. And okay, we're gonna start taking some notes. Okay, so Okay. It might be a third, because the modifier, there's the defense component as well, right? So it's entirely reasonable to suspect that that is going to be relevant. I'm going to try... Yeah, I think I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to backhand Ursula. I guess I should have gone to a lower level area, because then the enemies would be lower, but it's fine. We're going to backhand Ursula. We are going to unequip our armor to hopefully ensure that we can now get the reversal off. It is very interesting to me that reversal costs 0. So, backhand. Unfortunately, this reversal won't be super informative because it is part of a combo. That did like nothing. Does reversal do damage based off of my HP relative to theirs? We're gonna find out. Because that did like no damage. So if reversal is a comparison between my HP and their HP, that is kind of interesting. We're gonna pop over here. I'm gonna see what happens. I don't need to do that. You know what? I do need to swap my stuff out. So let's go to you. We don't need flame, wind, frost, and searing sand. These are abilities that we don't need for what we're doing right here. So we have triple blow, we have charm. What we're needing to do now is give ourselves a double might, last resort, and then on turn 2 we use reversal. That's what I'm gonna test right now. So we put on last resort. And what was the other thing we were doing? You know what? I am actually going to give... I'm going to give her target. Last resort. Oh, I could give her focus. I'm going to give her focus as well. So we can try like a double focus. There's a few things that we can do with that. Let's just see how it goes. So am I sure I want to quit? Yes. Now. We pop in to here. We use focus. Oh, ambush. Don't love that for me. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it does mean that I'm going to get less EXP if I win. Oh, these are trumps. These are not trans. So I only need to do 30,000 on these, not 60,000. So that's good to know. So we are going to open with focus. No, we're going to open with last resort. We don't need focus on this iteration. We open with the last resort. We cast might. We equip the harmonic ring. And cast might. You don't do anything. you swap for Urshan. Urshan has a harmonic ring equipped already. And Urshan will War Shadow. So, Last Resort comes out. This changes our attack stat to be about 400 as a baseline. So it doesn't quite... I think it's like 450 maybe. We cast Might, and we follow the Might up with a War Shout. The War Shout is a higher power effect. Okay, that's 44%, and then another 4%. I don't think it actually matters that much. Okay, so, with that being the case, we now have the ability to do a triple combo, or we would if I hadn't gotten rid of all of my physical attacks on everything. Okay, give me a second. We Shining Blade into... I guess we could do a fairy attack? Do a fairy attack into reversal. Goal here is just to get a big combo out that will hopefully do a shit ton of damage on the final hit. It's a pretty decent amount of damage. Fairy attack comes out. Okay, 20 hit combo so far. Reversal comes out. Okay. Okay. So, that did a pretty good amount of damage. We're going to do a double blow into... Yeah, we'll do double blow into... Urshan, do you have a physical that you can use? Not really, no. Into... You know what, let's just do a proper combo here. So they have a little over 15,000 HP remaining right now. So we Typhoon into Blizzard. Wait, no! Fuck me. Alright, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. That's interesting that they're running. Wouldn't have expected them to run. So that's 3,200 EXP. And there we go. So that's proof of concept. Reversal did a pretty decent amount of damage there. And that was far from maxed out. Like, that was not maxed out by any stretch of the imagination. So what do we want to do from there? We did not focus as well. The issue is that we have to Last Resort and focus. Let's try this one more time. Losing that first round kind of sucks. It doesn't matter if we get a initial attack or not. I just realized that I can't actually do what I was intending to do here. Because I can't cast Might. I'm out of AP. Alright, let's War Shout on turn 1. We will Last Resort. We will Last Resort first, actually. So we Last Resort. We War Shout. And do I have anything else I can cast that would be useful? I'm going to cast Inspire. The reason I'm casting Inspire is just because it is a buff, so I will hopefully be able to get good results out of comboing with that. War Shout. So these are what, trunked? Okay, so when the number of members in the party is decreased, they are no longer idle. So the reason that those ran is because I killed exactly one of them. Alright, good to know. So, we've done Last Resort. I think I'm going to do a focus into War Shout, into Inspire, and then we will try for lethal on the next turn. Do I need to... Does doing focus require... Okay, the focus is at 1 now. Gotcha. Okay, so you can... I guess we can... If we wanted to... We can't actually do that with you, so let's go with... You don't have any skills, so we will Shining Blade. Nah, I'm gonna do an elemental combo just for shits and giggles. So we're going to Typhoon into Blizzard into Reversal. We have 1 stack of focus. The other thing that I should try is a Shadow Walk, but I'll do this reversal first. See how much damage this does. I did not get a combo. Which sucks. It's okay, I guess. Okay, so presumably that right there will ensure... That did, like, not do as much damage as I needed it to do. Let's see here. We're going to try a Shadow Walk and see how much damage Shadow Walk does. I'm expecting the Shadow Walk is not going to do that much. I should not have just left the version to do this. I should have maybe cast Might or something. I'm just curious about... Oh, you have counters. Good enough. Wait, that did nothing. So, Shadow Walk is not doing basically anything. We are going to need to utilize Reversal if we're going to make something like this work. It does look like special abilities like Reversal and Shadow Walk are not actually counterable. So... One thing that I could do... I could go into Kaiser. And I think I'm going to. We're going to go into Kaiser, we're going to use Reversal here. I'm curious to see how much damage we get out of Kaiser Breath. Power's maxed out now. So, Reversal is specifically going to be good against these kinds of bosses, I think. It's specifically good against very high HP enemies. So let's see how much damage this Reversal does. That did 14,000 damage. Don't heal me. Rude. attacks. So 14,000 damage is a lot of damage, but not quite enough for our purposes. That being said, if we could get more focuses off, that would probably get the job done. So we're going to do a reverse. We're going to Shining Blade into Reversal into Kaiser Breath. So if we were going to try to make this work, we definitely need to use physical attacks for the combo. So being healed a little bit has completely crippled the damage of Nina just completely screwed up the entire thing. We need Nina to have War Shout then, because Nina has to be on the front row casting War Shout on the setup turn. No matter who's doing the setup, that did nothing. That did, like, absolutely nothing. Okay. Rude. What does Fairy Charge do? Focus, and I'm going to... these will run away on turn 10. So I'm not imagining that we're going to get to where we're trying to get to, but we will focus. So Fairy Charge... The fairy attacks in this game are crazy. Didn't even hit the ball, that's interesting. Do not heal me. Okay, you are going to focus again. You are going to backhand again. That was very funny. I need to actually move CS to the back row if I want to get a proper combo. Wait, did casting focus again reset it? I feel like it reset it. Okay. Well, shit. What am I doing? We're going to use Blitz just for shits and giggles, and then we're going to use another reversal. I assume that they're going to run away either on like this turn or the next turn. I guess if they're getting refreshed, I think they get refreshed on even turns, so we definitely have at least one more turn after this. But we won't have the charge, so... You've got to be kidding me. That was... Shouldn't they have died? Didn't I just do, like, 24,000 something and 5,000 something? Shouldn't that have killed? Huh. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we're just going to see if they... Oh, no, they refreshed every turn. Okay. So, the trans we need to come up with a better strategy for, and that better strategy, I already know what it is. We're not going to be killing them with a solo character right now. We need a double damage setup, and that double damage setup is going to involve setting up CS. So, with that being the case, what we do need to do is we've almost certainly been going for long enough now that we can... Where the hell is this guy? Was it at Lip? No, it was the place that had Pub Island, was it? Is that where I am now? That is the place that I am now. No, it wasn't. It was here. There we go. It was here. Alright, anything that we have learned about abilities that need to go on who? You are the one who needs Last Resort. If we're going for a turn 2 win... we would want to get... I also need to check how War Shout works, because it probably scales up the number of people in the army, right? I'm going to find 4 War Shout. I assume that it scales off of the number of enemies in the army, so that's fine. We'll just put more of the fairies into the army. Greetings, fellow warriors! Tiger Fist. Tiger Fist is a critically important skill. Tiger Fist is, in fact, the reason that Ciaz has the build that he has. So, Tiger Fist allegedly scales with both power and agility. So Flex is just bad. I think Flex just poisons everybody. Yeah, poisons all combatants, including the user. So, it is funny that you've learned all my moves. How'd you do that? It took me my entire life to learn those. Well, because I'm such a good teacher. Don't take me all at once. Okay, what do you want? Okay. So, we've got that done. We now know that... will an Artemis Cap help with this? I'm going to find out. So the issue with this attack is that it has low accuracy. That's like the primary issue with using this ability. So now that we have this on you, we can give you an Artemis Cap. And we'll see if that works for this ability. It may or it may not. We don't know. Next on our agenda is... I guess let's take a look at the master. Where do I see the masters list? Do I just have to go to camp? We can't do... I don't think we can do Marlock yet. So... next is Coward's Way. So it actually does tell you what the next ability is. Right. We need to talk to you, and we should be done with you now. Your thing should be easy to do. Like we just did a combo that was like 200,000 damage or some shit, right? No, we did a combo that was like 140,000 or something. It doesn't matter. Point is, we're looking for Warrant. We're going to get Super Combo off of this. We can try to get some idea of how Super Combo works. And this will be probably the primary damage output tool for Cray. Because he doesn't have a multi-hit weapon. Looks like you're getting good at making combo attacks. Alright, we're getting Super Combo. We are putting it on Cray. Khan never would have been able to get this far. You've learned all I have to teach. Okay. So, Stole requires that we have like 120 separate items, I think. Is it 100 or 120? I don't remember. In our inventory. So... Wait, do we actually have... We might actually be able to finish Stole. I was thinking that Stole would require a lot of effort to get, but Stole might actually be really easy to get if you're doing the fishing and, you know, picking up all of those unique, you know, items from that. Let's just go talk to Stole. And if we can pick up Coward's Way, that is another ability that does a little bit more damage than baseline. Like a baseline attack. Wow, you've been busy. Well, I guess you're ready to learn my other trick. Alright, so Coward's Way is something that will scale very well for my party. Wow, I didn't think you'd be able to get this much stuff. Ain't nothing more I can show you. All my tricks now, you make a good thief. Whatever you do, just don't tell Marlock where I am, okay? Well, now that I've learned all that you have to teach, I am in fact going to just go tell Marlock where you are. And that's how I unlock Marlock's final ability. That's not true. I lied. I lied. Imagine me lying. So, we need to do one big hit to get... Wait, did we just do a big enough hit? Because we hit for like 14,000 or something, right? Did we hit hard enough that that'll get Bunyan's thing? So we've learned your thing. We need to get one more level for you. We're not getting you yet. You, we can probably... No, oh, I don't know that we can. We haven't done a super long combo yet. We can't do this. And leave them alone. And okay, so, we can't finish off Momo for a while. Finish off the weakened opponent. Can conserve one-shot items. Alright, so... I don't know why I was reading that text. So, Final Hope? I don't know what Final Hope is. Actually. So, in terms of abilities... You have a melee attack. You have Snooze. We should really move Snooze. I think. We have the elemental attacks that someone hypothetically could use. I do think that target is actually a very strong thing to have on her, because if I fight a like large group of bugs, I can just use target and automatically hit them, unless of course the game is lying to me, which it tends to be. Fairy breath is very strong. Transfer, magic ball. Okay. I think what I'm going to do now is I know for a fact that I need to farm up an Urshan thing, so I'm actually going to... Ooh, do I want to get... I'm gonna go into the fairy village, and I'm gonna see if I can add more fairies into the attack thing. Whoa. Of hunger? That's... I had 7 of them on food, and I still had them dying of hunger? Why? Why? I'm very confused about how that just happened. Okay, I'm not gonna remove them from this. But what? I had like a third of my fairies on food, and they're at 0. What the fuck just happened? Okay, well, fine. That's a thing that just happened, I guess. I guess it is really punishing me for not having, like, done the hunting thing. If you don't do the hunting minigame, does it, like... Okay, I thought they were fine on their own, but apparently if I don't do the hunting minigame, I can really fuck them. So no more random encounter areas for me, I guess. I guess I could just go help them hunt. That's shocking. I don't know what happened there, but I'm not going to worry about it for right now. I don't think that they're going to starve to death right now. I think they're going to be accumulating food. I think that it took them down to 0 and started killing them all without checking whether they now had enough people who were hunting to actually stabilize. That's my assumption there. We are going to the Emperor's Tomb. A little concerned about my current status. Should I save? I'm just gonna save. It's fine. It would have happened the next time that we went into the fairy village, no matter what. I'm gonna actually check this. So. Unfortunately, people refer to... Oh, is farming not actually food at all? Let me see. I'm going to make the assumption that that is exclusively for doing some weird mechanic that I don't understand, and I'm going to move everyone off of farming and onto hunting. we're putting everybody into hunting. We're going to continue to put everybody into hunting. But yeah, that was a rough depopulation of the... God damn it. We just, like, depopulated the whole area. It's fine. It's fine. Next on our agenda is... Do I want to heal up? Nah. It's fine. I'll go to an inn at some point to reset things for the upcoming bits. I also do need to throw a thing onto Ursula, though. Ursula does need armor. Okay, so we save. We now have everybody on food production, and we'll see what ends up happening here. So we go to the tomb. On the plus side, I now don't need to worry about having anybody in those shops for now, because it went badly. So you're going to rest. You are going to use... Probably not even use reversal. Maybe just use triple blow. And we are comboing, which means that Ursula is fast enough to get the triple blow off before they go. Okay, that's not lethal. Scary. Ovum comes out. Hits nobody. Okay. That's done. We rest. We snooze. Maybe we don't snooze. Maybe we No, we snooze. We tack. We snooze. We transfer. So transfer comes out. We will use a transfer onto... we'll just use it on Ursula, because Ursula is one of the carries. I am now realizing that Urshan does not have any HP. Well, that could have gone better. Okay, so we rest, we snooze, we attack. Okay. So, we're a little bit... We're getting 11 AP, actually, off of those snoozes now. So, Quay is starting to get up there in, like, the ability to stabilize. I don't think we're going that way. I think we're going this way. Alright, so you are going to rest. You are going to... Are you going to rest? It seems like a less than stellar idea, actually. But you rejuvenate. And then you can just shadow walk. And you can use Coward's Way. We'll see how much damage Coward's Way does. Coward's Way should do additional damage equal to my level for the entire game. If we can find her +1 weapon, that'll be great. That Coward's Way did not... That's a pretty cheap attack. Okay, so we're a little bit stronger than we were the last time we were here, I believe. Okay, we can Typhoon into a normal attack and a normal attack, and I think that's lethal. One of the things that I think is very funny, I guess maybe they do it for rounding purposes, but something that I think is very funny is if you look at the code for this game, there's like a lot of things where they didn't simplify the equations, and I'm curious why. So like there's a part in this in the equation for this that multiplies by like 100 instead of multiplying by what I would expect, which is 10. And then there's another component that divides by like an order of magnitude more than I would expect them to. So you have this weird situation where they do two different portions of the equation. They increase the whole equation by an order of magnitude, and then they decrease the entire equation by an order of magnitude. And there's not really any reason to do it, right? Like it's to my knowledge, the only thing that I would think of is like a actual software reason of like, okay, the reason that you do this is because it impacts the way that the numbers can be handled within the system. So like making the numbers bigger makes it easier for the computer to handle it, as opposed to having it involve more decimals or something. I don't really know. I don't know the details on why you would do it, but it is kind of funny because I was looking at it, I was like, that's a full order of magnitude higher than I would expect it to be. What is going on here? And then like I look like 8 lines later, and it's like, oh, okay, so this is like, you know, you multiply by 1,000 and then you divide by 10,000 kind of a deal, right? Like, it's like, okay, so you're now decreasing by an order of magnitude again. I think this might be the place. Is this the place? I don't actually know. Is it this staircase? Or is it the other staircase? What is this thing called? Overdrap? Is it Chohan? But I think it's this location. Like, this particular spiral staircase has a 4 in 32 chance of us running into an encounter with a specific enemy. Man, you can definitely see the power differential, I think. Right? Like, I feel like before this, I was not able to just, like, take a couple of pot shots. That extra, like, 600 damage coming out just from that. Just from the new weapon that she has. Rest, we're gonna attack. Saves. Now I do need to get some kind of also, like, I had to be concerned about like them double shielding and stuff like that when I was hitting with Quay, and now she's just like pounding straight through them. It's glorious. We got Resurrect, which I think Resurrect can still miss, so not super useful, but that's fine. And yeah, we're just rotating around here. The thing that we're looking to get dropped is most likely going to drop on the first attempt, I believe. Do I want to activate their bonus in XP? It's not. I don't think it's worth it. Actually, this is not how I want to get my XP out. Yeah, so it looks to me, so the way that Shadow Walk and critical hits in general work is kind of interesting. So it adds additional damage to the attack equal to apparently a quarter of your like attack power's worth of damage, right? So it's basically calculating an additional damage of a quarter of your attack power and then adding like a level factor, right? So it adds additional EXP on top of that based off of your level, which if I recall correctly, I think it was like one order of magnitude more. So it's basically like adding a scaling factor according to your level. As if your level was being added to your power. With that being the case, I think in theory, that means that the damage of... It was a single Guardian. That is a formation that exists here. I was like, wait a second, I don't remember seeing a single Guardian formation. I remember seeing only a double Guardian formation. There is both. There are both. So what that means is that, in theory, critical hits will scale worse the higher your attack power gets. Like, the higher your attack power relative to your level. So as you get higher and higher attack power, crits matter less and less. Which I think we've seen borne out, right? But what we're basically looking for is to get a few more multipliers engaged, and hopefully we'll figure out how to get some of the stuff we're looking for. Okay, so Ciaz levels up. We get Life Stealer. We get some Aurum. Yeah, we're just trying to get the ultimate armor for Urshan here. So that's all we're looking for right now. Is that Chopum? That is Chopum. Okay, we've confirmed that this is in fact the correct location. So, what do we need to worry about with Chopum? Okay, so you actually only last a few rounds. Good to know. I'm glad that I checked this. So, this is an interesting enemy. That remains static for 2 turns, where it cannot be hurt. So the fact that I don't have any mana on the characters that would be doing what I want to do is a problem. Sure be nice to have Celerity right about now. Okay, so what are you gonna do? I guess you can cast Barrier on Ursula. Do I have the ability to cast Might off of a weapon or something? King's Sword casts Protect. No. Giga Flare is what, like wind? You don't have anything better to do, you are just gonna snooze. So Inferno comes out. Does 0 damage. I think the next attack is... So, we can cast the spells that we need to cast now. Unfortunately, War Shout isn't going to do anything right now. Like, it'll maybe give me a tiny bit, but it's basically useless. So we're going to cast Might on Quay. No, wait. Quay needs to meditate. We can't activate Kaiser right now. We can go into Myrmidon if we want. What are the abilities that we have here? Oh, you're almost immune to physical. I'm supposed to kill you with 10,000 magic damage? In one turn? That's a lot of magic damage to do in a turn. That feels unlikely. So you need to use Last Resort. You need to... So I think it's going to be... So you need to just cast, like, Enlightenment, Inspire on yourself. And you... Do we think... Are you resistant to breath? You're not resistant or strong as breath. I don't think I do you. I think I go for the vulnerability with you. Because do I? I don't know that I do. We can't use Kaiser Breath. I'm gonna cast Might. So Giga Flare comes out. We'll see how much damage this does. It's a lot of damage on Cray, but not that much, honestly.
Hey!
Alright, so Last Resort comes out. So on this turn that's coming up, I could use Triple Blow. What is your actual defense? Your defense is only 10, so triple blow does do basically full damage. I think we triple blow into Flame Pillar into Typhoon. So we're going to see if this can do 10,000 damage. That's a good start, but I don't know that we're going to do 6,000 damage single target with this. We'll see. We do have the int boost, but oh my god, we don't even get the combo. Well, that's definitely not going to get the job done then. Don't you have a Harmony Ring? Oh my god, that's so close! Unfortunately, it sets its agility to 999 for this next turn, so... Do you not have that equipped? You have a Harmonic Ring equipped. Do I have to have it on both characters to guarantee... That's very irritating. Incredibly annoying. I guess if I had haste, I could potentially bypass the formula for everything anyway, but... Alright. Wait! Okay, it's fine, actually. I thought that it set its agility to 999 and ran away that turn. We got the Chopin Plate. Okay. So the Chopin Plate is an item for Urshan that resists both physical and magical attacks. I believe what this does is it increases the magic's resistance and physical resistance stat by probably 1 or 2, which is a pretty nice effect. That's pretty useful. So, we move on. And we can Typhoon into an attack, and that should be lethal. So, we pick up the Chopin Plate. We have the Rider to deal with. We have... What else? You can tell that as we get further into the game, magic is going to be falling further and further behind physical because of just sort of the nature of how the damage on it scales and the defenses for it scale. So if I have like 999 physical attack, in order for an enemy to have the damage from my attack, they need to have 500 defense. If I have 999 wisdom, they only need 250 because 250 is the cap. It does cap out at there at 50%. So at low level, when my power relative to the enemies is low, the fact that their defense can just fully negate my damage is a huge issue. But as my attack power grows, more and more of my damage is completely bypassing the enemy's defense. Basically, every point of damage that I deal beyond the threshold is just pure damage. It doesn't get mitigated anyway. Whereas every point of int that I add, only half of it is actually being added. That's the way to basically think of it. In addition, I think that the spells broadly have less than a 1 ratio. You run into the same problem where Mjolnir has a base power of 100 in the previous game, and that just puts it on par in terms of scaling by default with a standard physical attack. So it's like, okay, 1 wisdom gives you 1 damage instead of 1 wisdom, 1 int in that case, giving you 1 damage, as opposed to requiring like generally about 3 for decent attacks to get 1 point of damage, which is then halved by almost every enemy. I think part of the way that they made magic more useful in this was by increasing the enemy defense values. But that means that in the end game, when their defenses stop being a relevant component of your damage, it changes things. It does also mean that triple blow is going to be very good eventually. Like, as we proceed further and further, triple blow is going to get crazier and crazier, because you're factoring in the defense 3 times with triple blow, but if each of that is like 10% of your base damage, then it's not that big a deal. Though it is still, I mean, it's not nothing. It's not nothing. Let's see here. So next on our agenda is what? We've gotten most of those things. Let's take a look. Quay needs a new weapon and needs new armor. We get the new armor by continuing on with the plot. We've established that reversal seems to do damage based off of enemies' HP relative to yours, not based off of your HP relative to your own. So, with that being the case, that's going to be only useful for certain types of enemies. My guess is that we'll be using Shadow Walk on Quay, and Ursula will be using Reversal for the boss things that we've been dealing with, and the other thing for the others. So let me take a look at what Ursula's weapons are, because I need to figure out where I need to go for her next one. So basically, I want a boss killing weapon for her, because we're going to have to kill the rider eventually. We could try to get the cursed sword. Okay, so this is an item that we get from an enemy, and that's probably the thing that we're going to end up needing to use. So, right, I was looking for Ursula's weapons, though. So Ursula, the Electrifier is not a thing that we need. We're looking for a +1 hit weapon for Ursula. And I went back, and that meant that I don't have the thing anymore. It's interesting that this does not seem to actually be able to organize by alphabetical order. Let's see here. So I think the repeater is the thing I'm looking for. So it doesn't list here where we get it. So the repeater is picked up for fishing. This is where? Guess we could just go to the fish thing. And repeater is available from Chiqua. And we need a spearfish and 3 bonitos. So I don't think I have either of those. So let's go find out where we get spearfish from. So bonito is Ocean Spot 2. So deep diver or swisher into the sea at any elevation. Let's get that done. We're going to get Ursula a double attack weapon. Do I want to do that right now? What are the other mechanical things that I need to dig into? We know how reversal works now, roughly. We know that Shadow Walk works for her. Okay, give me a second. Did I close? I sure did. I did. Indeed, close Discord. Let me take a look at my message in Discord. What did I say that I wanted to do? Let's see here. What did I say? Super combo. Oh. I already figured out the breath weapon thing, I think. Let's see. Alright, so I think we've made some decent progress, actually, on our knowledge of the different things. Let's see here. Do we... I don't think I need Spirit Blast on the character that's least likely to deal with defense problems. Okay. Next on our agenda is... I think we're going to start making some progress. Yeah, let's make some progress. Because I want to start, like, Blighted by a Hex and can't be entered. Okay. I want to basically get... I want to get access to all of the different things so that we can figure out what we're doing next. So, we're popping over here. What am I going to do? My house, my money, it's all gone. This town grew with its capital. Looks like it led with capital as well. Big monster looked like a dog or something came first, and then more and more monsters, so the streets were filled with them. No, I'm not a thief. I just can't make up my mind whether I should run away or not. You should definitely run away. Part of the capital's on the other side of this gate, but you've probably already heard. Right now it's full of monsters. Okay. Welcome. I don't care if it's an earthquake or a volcano or monsters, but there's customers around. We're open for business. Okay. You know what? I will rest. We're gonna get this done. And then I'm going to basically focus, I think right now, I would like to focus on getting everyone their ultimate equipment. I can worry about Ursula later. I don't need to worry about her right now, because she already has the thing that she needs for right now. Her General Rune led the force into the heart of the capital. What's going to happen to him? I hope he's alright. Let's hope. Let's hope. This General Rune guy sounds... like he's a guy that exists. I definitely am emotionally invested in his safety, you know? I am certainly emotionally invested in the safety of this General Rune guy. That's definitely true. Next is...
So we can buy Barbarossa. This is a pretty high amount of base damage. This is fire attack versus all. We can get Diana's dress, and we can get mist armor. And I hate to tell you this, these are like basically the best in slot armor. I think there is technically some better armor available for some of the characters, but broadly speaking, no. So Diana's dress and mist armor are pretty much best in slot. So this is a holy damage weapon. I will buy one. We don't necessarily need to use it right now. Hawk's ring. I don't need to worry about that. So. With that being the case, we have now settled on the ultimate armor for multiple characters. Let's take a look. Does anybody disagree on mist armor for this purpose? Okay, I have apparently not picked up all of the balls that I have access to. So let's go to my master's list. No, this is routing miscellany, right? So, Chiqua and Son. Where's Son? No, I already did Son. Did I not do Chiqua? What am I sitting on now? I must have missed Chiqua, because I'm pretty sure that I just did Son. Wait, how did I miss one in Chiqua? Didn't I talk to everybody here? Okay. Gotcha. So I needed to talk to him after I had resolved getting the directions. So now we can talk to... now we can talk to Marlock. And we probably are level 35 on the protagonist at this point, right? Nope, you're level 34 still. Okay. Well, let's go talk to Marlock. Now what are you wanting, huh? Have you found the treasure you want to show me? I am busy Manila. I see you brought me a rare treasure today. Let me see. Oh. You know what you have here? This is a treasure among all treasures. Very well, I will teach you roulette. So roulette just kills a random target. It's completely useless, basically, I think. I have nothing else to teach you. Still, you have convinced me that I was wrong about you. I am impressed, even for a human, you make a good businessman. When you have finished with your travels, come see me again. I will make you my partner. Don't waste time and don't waste money. This is only rule for business, but for life, yes? Okay, gotcha. Fallen asleep in my chair. So, our goal is to pick up the... I'd like to get the weapon that drops off of the Chopum. I also do need to get a decent weapon for Cray. I should find out what that would entail. Okay. Where's that weapon list? I think I had a weapon list up. This is Warshoot. Okay, so... Okay, so if we can beat a Treant, we can get a Nunchaku. The Nunchaku is probably our best bet for Cray if we're using Super Combo. If we're using Super Combo, that's probably our best bet. So... And are we using Super Combo? I don't know, probably. It's kind of interesting how far away Chato is from everything else. It's kind of like by itself down here. Okay, next on our agenda is... Honestly, what time is it? Let's farm up some gear in the final dungeon. And see what happens. A bunch of troops went on inside. Just something to get rid of that monster that attacked. Yep. I'll tell you what. What's going on? What's going to happen to the capital, to the Empire, to us? Okay, this is Shadows, which we've certainly seen before. He's used Disembowel, which... Did I learn Disembowel? I don't know if I did or not. I could have learned this with Thaulu. General, where's the general? Ooh, hello. You look new. Can you give me something cool? I doubt it. We'll see. Weirdly, I think this might be weaker than the one that is in the other place. I think the other one had like 8,000 HP? Or like 6,000? This one only has 4K. So we're going this way. No. I'm kind of curious to see what happens if I just charge. Can you just... They do use Disembowel on turn 1, it looks like. Okay, they have a high evasion, right? So I think the next time I run into those, I'll just guard on turn 1 and see what happens. Okay, I believe I'm just going in here. And then going upstairs to get to that chest. there's a staircase here. By which I mean a ladder. I definitely know the difference between these two things. Okay, there's a chest right here. With all three of them in play, I'm not gonna leave them alive. I have a suspicion that the AoE attack is actually coded in such a way that it makes me immune to counterattacks. Damascus Helm would be very cool, but isn't because helms aren't a thing. It's just a generic accessory. And as a generic accessory, I probably don't need it. Though I actually don't remember what I'm using in terms of accessories right now. I guess I should check at level 40 how we're comparing against Faolu again. So we just learned Disembowel. We didn't learn it with Faolu. Good to know. These basically can't hurt me. Okay, we Typhoon. Typhoon, I think, is just lethal. So, easy peasy. So, where does this go? This goes upstairs. Then we can go down here. Yeah, the knowledge about reversal is interesting. That will help us when we're clearing the trans and things. I'm very curious how. I guess I didn't check how that fight would go with Ciaz using Tiger Fist. I was honestly thinking that I had a lot more game to go through, but it turns out no, it's just I think it was basically the final dungeon, yeah? I think we're basically there. So what the fuck are you? Lampkin. Do I wonder if I want to do this. I think no. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. So this is an ability that I'm not going to learn. Unfortunately, in order to get this ability, I need to not just, like, cure its status effects, I need to use a specific item on it, and I'm not using consumables, so I'm not going to worry about it. I will potentially, on the actual like completionist portion of the run, like it might actually be fun to have that be the last thing that I do as a component of the run to get that last skill. I don't really know. I'll have to figure out. So Typhoon into a normal attack. Ursula under Kryrik is very strong and very reasonable to do. Like, how much extra damage is she doing right now? She has 3 extra power per level, so she has an additional 450 damage with her physical attacks. Like, she has the highest power in my party right now. Like, she's a pretty strong contender. It just takes her a while to pick up, but once you get her a proper weapon, and admittedly I did skip from like a garbage weapon all the way up to like her best weapon, so she could have probably scaled much better if I had gotten her flamethrower earlier or something like that, because I could have gotten her a flamethrower pretty early. Whew. But also, I guess part of the issue with this section, and by this section I mean like kind of like the last 5 hours we've been through in this game, is that there really hasn't been much in terms of scaling. Like the enemies have not scaled much. So once we got everyone under Kryrik, what's up, buddy? No lines of dialogue at all? Okay. Okay. Okay, Altor. Let's find out if I have to steal from you or something. Nope. We don't need to steal from you. We do need to deal some damage to you, preferably on turn 1. Which we do have, 105 agility. Alright, so that means that we need to make sure we are resistant to water on everybody. You have the lowest HP. You need to be immune to water. Okay. And you're presumably weak against fire, right? You're weak against magic and fire. And you're strong against physical. Interesting. No, you're not weak against fire. You're just weak against magic generally. Let's see here. So... I'm kind of curious to open with a reversal. I'm going to open with a reversal even though I have full HP. I want to just see how much... Because this is a boss. It has a huge amount of HP. And you were using Flame Pillar, so we followed that up with Typhoon. Frost Breath comes out off of that. I forgot to put a thing on her. That did a lot of damage. Okay, so that's not very much. And that's with 300. Yeah, you basically have to be at 1 HP, I think, in order for reversal to do too much. So dealt... about 5,000... Oh, wait, no. Reversal, that was with it being resistant to physical. Okay, so we're going to just Flame Pillar into Typhoon. And I think we maybe just activate a Dragon's Breath. I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to pop into, like... Can we Kaiser? We actually have enough AP that we can Kaiser for 2 turns now. I think. You know, maybe we do Aura instead. No, I'll just Kaiser. That's fine. Doesn't make a huge difference. Oh, wait. You're probably just faster than it, so you're... I can't do a combo with Nina at the front of the formation. Is this confused? Okay. Yeah, Altura is going to hit for a decent bit of damage. Unfortunately, because of the way that we've set up our protagonist, we don't really have the ability to do a lot of proper magic damage. It might be fun to do a magic build of a protagonist at some point. So, you can't go first. You have to go first. So, let's go with... Blizzard into... Wait, no, Blizzard would require Earth next, right? So Quake, Flame Pillar, and then Kaiser Breath. Actually, you know what? Let's do it. We'll do a full magic combo here. So Frost Breath comes out again. It should do less damage now. Yikes. So Quake. We get the combo for this. So that's 2,000 damage. Ragnarok comes out. Thunk. It's another 2,600. Is that not how you're supposed to do the combo finisher? So, Breath of Fire. So we do this exact combo again. So Flame Pillar into Earth Fire. Oh, you repeat the fire. Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought that it was a tri-elemental attack. It's not. Okay, whoops. Well, rude. Very rude. Unfortunately, this does mean that I'm not going to get to see one of those spells this time because I beefed it. Because I'm going to run out of AP right here.
can take a nap for now. I guess I could try a super combo. Well, that's convenient. I didn't even have any buffs, I don't think. So, Resurrect comes out. I don't know how this works. Square X equals X. God, fast attack. So I got 7 attacks there. They did very little damage each individually, but the combined damage was 2100-ish, which is pretty decent. Urshin is coming forward with Quake, so we're Quake into Fire, into... what's next? Just start prepping for the next boss fight. But yeah, the boss has about 42,000 HP. I guess I should probably just, like, poke it with a normal attack. I'm curious if I attack on Cray, which I should just do. I can see about how much damage Cray would do with a normal attack against this enemy, and get kind of a comparative sample there. So if Cray was hitting for... $2,100 with super combo. We can take a look at this. That's 600. So the individual hits of super combo were doing about half damage there. That makes super combo look very strong, actually. What is your weapon? Why do you have garbage equipped? That crit doing 600 damage is very funny. Just like nothing at all. So super combo might be the way to go. So that's 1,000. And let's throw out a... I guess I can throw out a Mind Blast, huh? Yeah, I don't feel particularly threatened by these bosses. Magma Blast. Is Magma Blast an enemy skill that I can make? take a look here. What is my... I have a list of enemy skills that I haven't opened in a billion years. Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like it. Okay, we Quake again. We Flame Pillar again. And I don't know, I guess we could Tiger Fist, which is not a good idea, but we could do it. We could oh right, yeah, the boss. This boss is resistant to physical. I forgot about that. Okay. Well, we'll get through the boss eventually. We got through the boss now. We are level 35. We get the Spirit Ring, which is a big deal. We can put that up. We can throw that on Urshan, and Urshan can just transfer on any given turn to get huge gains. Ursula, General Rune. As per orders, I have returned with the dragon. I see. It's all right, Ursula. So that's the dragon, eh? Yes, sir. I am told he's properly called the Yorai Dragon, sir. I see, then we were right. On behalf of my troops, I offer my apologies for any trouble caused you, young dragon. Ursula, have you seen Yuna? It was our pride that doomed us. Was it now? It wasn't your absolute evil? To make a god and attempt to destroy the ancient gods. What were we thinking? You'll note that he doesn't have any problem with any of the bad things that they did. Like, he's not talking about the hexes. He's not talking about any of the war crimes. The only thing that he's like is, oh man, yeah, I guess we shouldn't have tried to kill the God Emperor. Which I get is their undoing, right? But like, if we aided him in his pursuit of power, we helped him in his attempt to kill a god, I suppose it's only fitting that we should suffer the god's anger. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you try to kill someone, it's like they have a right to be pissed at you, but like, this is like an entire civilization being wiped out. This is not good, actually. We can't allow the entire world to be destroyed for the sake of one man's ambition. It's definitely Yuna's fault. All of this was just Yuna. Definitely none of the other motherfuckers in this empire have been evil from the get-go and doing crazy, heinous shit the entire time. Yeah, it's all Yuna. Definitely all Yuna. The hexes, don't need to worry about them. He's not even referencing the hexes. He doesn't even consider the hexes to be a problem. That's why you tried to meet with the first emperor? Yes, still. I thought we were done for. But there's still hope. There's still the Yorai Dragon. You too are a god. Oh mighty god, we are foolish but simple mortals. We deserve this fate for what we tried to do. See, we're again getting into like the religious iconography of this person is just like worshipping us. But this is not that dissimilar from the way that Nina was talking about us just now. If there even be a sliver of mercy in your soul, punish not our children for what we have done. Let them have a future.
It's like, okay, man, whatever. I'm not like, I'm not that kind of god. I don't know how to say this, but Quay isn't a bad dragon. Quay is under Nina's thumb, so there's nothing to worry about. Is that true? What do you mean by that? Ha 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 ha. It is well that the Yorai Dragon has you all as friends. Perhaps there is still hope for us. You've done well. That was such a weird interaction. I want you to take them, all of them, to the Imperial Castle. The God Emperor waits there. Because, like, we haven't done anything that Nina wanted in a long time. Like, Nina is the driving force behind a lot of Breath of Fire 3. Like, Nina legitimately drives the plot in 3. In 4, Nina doesn't drive the plot at all. Like, we basically do nothing to advance any of Nina's objectives. Like, the only person whose objectives that we're really pushing is, like, Days. Like, of any of the party members. Like, we don't really have any sort of clear and coherent agenda for the entire second half of the game. It's kind of like weird. How small, and again, it's the Eldritch Horror aspect, right? Castle's that way, let's go. But it just makes it that a very weird statement from Urshan to be like, oh yeah, you know, Quay's doing whatever Nina wants. Is like, I mean, if that was the case, we probably would have rescued Alina, like, I don't know, weeks ago. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. More importantly, I'd like to hear you call me like you used to once more. Grandfather! My dear Ursula, I was unable to do as much as I wanted for you. You deserve so much more than this old soldier could give. Grandfather, Listen to me, Ursula. If there is a tomorrow, I want you to live every day, each moment, to the fullest. Be happy, Ursula. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Look, fascists are not happy people, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's just not the way they live their lives. Happens X is up to you. You and the Yorai Dragon. Because, again, there's no, like, redemption here. Right? Like, this guy doesn't even reference the actual war crimes they did. Like, so the thing that this guy is fixated on, and the thing that this guy thinks is a great sin, is the fact that he opposed a god. He thinks this power above me, I was not sufficiently sycophantic toward. Right? I was not... The problem is that I did not submit myself to the will of my betters enough. That's his position, right? So, like, it's easy to be like, oh, he's an old man, he's trying to repent or whatever. He's not trying to repent for the war crimes. He's trying to repent for some religious bullshit, right? Some, like, intrinsically extremely authoritarian mindset that is not being challenged at all by his moment of weakness. He is more authoritarian now than he was before, right? That's the important thing to recognize about this character, is that he's not trying to repent for any crimes that you or I would consider a crime. And he has committed crimes. This guy is a general in the army that's dropping hexes on people. The world belongs to the children. Yep. Time for this old soldier to fade away. Please do. Please do. It's interesting because they don't really make any real attempt to make him sympathetic, other than just be like, oh yeah, he's like the one character, like the most evil person in your party likes him. I don't know, like, he does not come across as one of the good ones to me. Any more honestly than Ursula does. Like, Ursula doesn't come off as one of the good ones.
let's see. We need to go to Sinesta. So we just hit 35, which means that we can get the new mastery stuff done. It's 11:21. I'm tempted to just finish the game today. Because I actually don't know how much side stuff. No, I don't want to finish the game today because I still want to finish up things like the Rider and stuff like that. So let's just try to farm up some of the like late game gear and stuff. Supplication. What does supplication do? Healing magic, effect, and dodge up. Interesting. No matter how strong you are, you still get hurt. See, your journey's filled with peril! Holy Strike is pretty cool. Like, I could see this being useful. It probably won't be, but I could see it being useful. Feels like there's some... Oh, God. Okay, we get resist, which I could have learned, I think, from other things. I think resist is just the same as barrier, right? You have a long bit of dialogue. So, you can use Benediction. I think I'm going to put it on Quay. 45? Jesus. All I can do for you now is offer you peace and rest. If you grow weary of your travels, you're always welcome here. Okay. So we've now gotten Benediction, which allows us to AoE revive, which is pretty cool. Probably won't be terribly relevant for us moving forward, but, you know, you never know. With a 45 AP cost, that's a pretty steep AP cost, but we're not going to worry about it too much. So, we also have a bunch of skills that we still need to learn. Unfortunately, I don't know that we have as many as I would have expected to learn. I'm kind of surprised that we don't have more magic skills available to learn. And like that's a bit surprising to me. So what did we need for Bunyan? Bunyan. Oh, that's right. Complete. We don't get this run. Concentrate. Final hope. Let's see. We might... I doubt we have a long enough combo for this. All counters are a critical hit. So we could probably pick up Spray. I think we need 40 for the actual useful ability that she has. So we're probably not getting that on this run. But we might. I guess we'll get that next stream. So we need to fight more of the different enemy types, and the easiest way to get more enemy types under our belt is to just go into the final dungeon. And yeah, that's also where I'll get the weapon that I want.
I don't think I'm going to be doing the fishing for the weapons that you can get out of fishing on this playthrough, because I just don't think that there's any reason to bother. Oh, hello. Please forgive my actions earlier. I see now that thou art the other half of my master. I shall carry thee to the castle where my master awaits thee. I am permitted to take you only this far. Walk safely, young master. Alright, so we're now in the final dungeon. And we will need to get... Is this like fast travel points? This is probably fast travel points. So I don't really remember this dungeon at all. So this is the Night's Watch room. Of course, the castle's full of monsters, so we don't go outside much. The key to the stairs is around here somewhere. It sure is, isn't it? Can I just shoot the key down? Okay, we can swap Urshan back out of the normal party because Urshan is terrifying to have in the main battle party, or the main non-battle party. So we can save the game here. We can also rest here if we want. We don't really need to rest here, but we can save, and we can use the staircase to do some stuff. Do we go? No, we're not going to go there. First, we're going to follow this path to wherever it leads. Okay, this is an elevator almost certainly, right? Okay, so we will be able to fast travel back here, and that will be nice. Entrance has been sealed to open. You need a... Okay. Interesting. So we're dealing with one of those kinds of dungeons. I did not remember this place at all. Okay. So this is like some Onimusha shit. And I guess you could say Resident Evil if you wanted to. Oh! Look at you! Beautiful bastards. I love it. Alright, let's see if the Stargazer is anything important. Okay, that's interesting. At 5,500 max HP. I can't learn Chakra, can I? I don't see it on this list. Okay. This is exciting. See how difficult the final area is with our kind of crazy build. It is interesting. We're like
Oh my god. That is a lot of EXP. Okay. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. We take that for sure. For sure we take that. You are Colpum. Is Colpum the thing that I was talking about just now? I think it is. Yes. So Colpum has a drop that I want. I'm gonna Typhoon, I'm gonna Charm, I'm gonna attack, and we'll see what happens with the attack. The attack might be countered. That did a lot of damage. Okay, they'll use whatever strike attack is the element of that you hit them with, it looks like. So is there a strike that I'm missing? Earth, Holy, Wind, Fire, Water. I think I have all of these. I'm going to rest, snooze, and attack. It is kind of crazy how few levels I've gotten after 30. I was expecting to be substantially higher level than this at this point. I should have charmed the second one. Unfortunately, this is going to be like a long grind if I decide to actually make this happen. I did not realize that it was a 1 in 256 chance to get this item. So we'll see. It's 1 in 256. You can double that to 1 in 128. At least I believe so. I'm assuming that the numbers are roughly similar to what they were in the previous game. But I don't actually know that. So don't quote me on that. Let's see if Typhoon into his physical, into just like a normal attack gets the job done. If it does, I might need to move Charm to a different character. Like, I should maybe move Charm onto Ciaz. Because Ciaz is very fast. And we potentially need 2 of this sword. Like, 2 copies of it. Which is not optimal. Okay. Okay, this is another group of enemies that is identical but doesn't drop that weapon. I still don't think it does, so let's take a look at what it... Oh, they dropped a Holy Man. It's a bit late for that, but okay. A little late for that. They give you Shadow Walk. Okay, that explains it. We got the toothpick. So we have a whole ass dungeon here, huh? Okay, we can get to the bottom floor that way. That would get us to... No. that section. Is that where I need to be? On the plus side, these are very common. So... I'm gonna Tiger Fist here, see what happens. Alright, Charm comes out. See how much damage this does. That was 5,000 damage, so that's about 2,000 damage per target? With multiple misses? It's not bad. It's not bad at all, actually. That's pretty good. For 6 AP? Yeah, we take that. We take that. For sure. So let's change our orientation for battle. And actually just move Ciaz in. And we want to equip... You know what? We could equip that on Ciaz. For right now. Oh, we have the Artemis cap on. We will leave that on, and we will give you... the Spirit Ring. No, we won't. Doubles concentration points. Yeah, that's actually not bad either. Well, let's give you the doubles concentration points thing. Okay, so now you'll regen like 40 every turn in the back line. This is where it just came from. No, right. Ooh, who dis? Hello, Karen. So this drops a Skull Staff and a Star Dress. I don't think the Star Dress is as good as what I've got. Might be. Yeah, what else do we do? Keep napping up a storm. Yeah, Ursula's doing pretty good damage right now. We can improve everybody else's damage to a considerable degree, but I think for now Ursula's really holding her own, which I'm happy about, because I wasn't sure Ursula would be useful. We still need to find a use for Cray. Shade, huh? Oh, so the shades, you can steal power food from them, and they drop protein. So if I can find a room that has a lot of them, then it might be worth it, because to just like wipe them out quickly. They unfortunately do have a very, very low drop rate, so... but there's 2 things to fish for there, right? So, Orochi... Oh. Concerning. So all of its stats go up by 10% when it's hit by a physical attack. Oh right, yeah, you don't have the thing anymore, so I guess we do use CS. Let's just use Shining Blade. We do get more EXP for every physical hit we do. So there's that. There we go. There we go. It's lethal. Okay. Not a lot of EXP, honestly, so not worth worrying about. The enemies that have like ramping EXP modifiers are mostly only worth worrying about if you can stack them over and over and over again. Like, you want to stack them. They go from being like a novelty to being completely game breaking in like one or two casts, right? Like, it's like one or two casts takes it from, okay, this is like nothing, to, oh shit, we're getting like actual crazy, we're getting crazy numbers now.
So it's an interesting dynamic with the way that stuff scales. Whew.
Okay.
Alright, so these are using agility boosts. It's stabbing me for kind of inconsequential damage. Ursula's doing real good deeps. I like it. We got another toothpick. And yeah, we should be able to get that weapon at some point. I'd love to get a shortcut to somewhere. This is the chest, right? Okay, Orochi. I don't remember if this drops anything important, but I'm doing it anyway. That's a cute attack. I like it. Alright, so you have 3,500 HP. So I guess we'll Flame Pillar you, and then we'll Triple Blow you, and then you'll use Coward's Way and call it a day. I assume this will be lethal, but it might not. Triple Blow might also just be overkill here. Or it might not be good because it has really high defense. Or it might not really make a difference because... Why didn't it power up off the triple blow? It should have powered up off the triple blow, right? That is embarrassing. Okay, 1 fire ward at this point in the game? Sure, whatever. Okay. I mean, it's good. It's a good item. Whoa! Hello, horseman. Do I need to charm the horseman? Okay, so... Funnily enough, I would need to if this game didn't randomly decide to just give me the Mist Armor for free. But it did decide to give me the Mist Armor for free, so I don't need it. So, the Horseman is empowered by the Shades existing. So, since the Horseman is empowered by the Shades, I'm going to just try to fight it with the Shades active. Which makes my life a little bit harder because I never got you a nice single target. Okay, this is single target. I think I just do a normal attack on the Shade. Seems like it's neutral to all elements, basically. So Confuse comes out. This is potentially dangerous to not, like, try to deal with the bats by just AoEing them all. But I do like the idea of getting a shit ton of experience with this. Because I could get 7,000 experience for just the Horseman. That's a spooky amount of damage. The coward's way. Let's go. That's lethal. Perfect. Excellent. Alright, so Nina, go ahead and let's actually use Rejuve. Re-equip our Culverin and just attack. And you can take a nap. The Rejuve comes out first. So Nina is fast enough with no agility boosts at all. She's fast enough to outspeed these enemies at a fairly low level. Like, I would think that these bats are probably like some of the faster enemies that don't have just arbitrarily high speed in the game. By arbitrary, there's several enemies that have like 400 agility, or set their agility to like 999. Those are both values that I would consider broadly to just be arbitrarily high for the purposes of this game. And 8800 for one fight is not bad, but honestly, I don't know that that's good enough to justify making the fight harder. I think I basically just want to, like, the amount of maneuvering I need to do to not kill the bats. By harder, I'm not talking about the fact that the Horseman is harder. I'm talking about the fact that the bats need to survive, and most of my damage is AoE damage. So, like, this is going to weaken that thing. But maybe it doesn't trigger that until next turn, in which case it wouldn't matter. See, like, that was worth, like, 7,300. And was a heck of a lot faster than dicking around with the horsemen, so we'll see. Maybe doing Coward's Blade instead. I think Quay is much stronger right now. Not that much stronger. That does perfectly reasonable damage. And we did get the 8,800, so as long as we kill the enemy before the next turn happens, we're actually fine. We won't lose the bonus EXP, so that's good to know. Just the one shade here. I think I'm actually going to have you just rest. And just attack and Shining Blade on this. I don't think this will be lethal. So what I'm thinking will happen is I'll be able to use Transfer on Ciaz on the next turn. Assuming I don't just die. I should be resistant to this at least. It's not quite lethal, but it's pretty fucking close. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do our little transfer here. Oh, you do still have the ability to cast Death, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Weakened. This is not a good enemy to putter on. I'm resistant to death, but I'm not immune to it. It won't regen now that it's alive. So we will continue resting, and then we will attack. But we won't attack yet, because first, Urshin needs to transfer him. And Urshin will transfer to Urshin. So we're basically transferring focused AP into our actual AP bar. Right? Like this is just AP that we're getting on the back line that doesn't actually stay with us. I really wish that it did. I think that the game would be better for it. If you actually had a reason to leave characters on the back line for a couple of battles, because if you just left them on the back line for a couple of battles, they'd regen a bit. That would be a huge quality of life improvement. A lot of battles would feel much less like a slog if you if like, because you're fighting battle after battle after battle after battle, but like you can't actually maintain your like a proper fighting cadence indefinitely. Being able to maintain a fighting cadence by continuously swapping your party members around would be a huge improvement, in my opinion. Like, it would be It would be amazing. I like if I was basically like, okay, so I need to like fight with like I don't know, like Cray and Urshin and things like that. Like being able to be like, okay, like if Urshin is on the back row for like a couple of battles, Urshin is like ready to go. Having like them able to like sustain through very, very long dungeons very easily. You can still kind of do that, but it's a pain and it's slow. Like there's a lot of extra steps to converting that temp HP or temp AP into permanent AP. It's just a nuisance. And they could have made it smoother, in my opinion. Because right now, the fact that Cray will regenerate AP, I can't use that AP to any particularly useful effect. The fact that my other party members will as well, like, unless the fight itself is a long fight, it doesn't mean anything for sustain that everybody is regenerating. Again, except just giving transfer to Urshin, which allows me to just give whoever's my primary attacker all the AP I want to give, including Urshin themselves. History of the Empire, from the 5th Emperor Mughal to the 8th Emperor Mei. First Emperor Faolu to Temul. Water Ward. Che to Atar. What is this doing again? Drops them to 1 HP, I think. I should probably swap, Quay back in. Okay, that's a heal. Love that for me. Love that. Ooh. Yeah, particularly with how short the dungeons are, it is strange that they don't take better advantage of that. This is a fairly long dungeon, but most of the dungeons are very short. Can we get a multivitamin? Okay. We Typhoon, call it a day. Yeah, this is like large groups of enemies that hypothetically can run what I want. It looks like I'm only going to be able to get the thing that I want on like certain floors though. So, on the plus side, that does mean that I don't have to do as much competition. Like there isn't as much enemy competition, but on the downside that means that unless I rotate back over. So what the hell was the point of this area? Where am I going? Can you actually get lethal here? I guess it doesn't matter. Because you could almost certainly do it with Coward's Way. Which is a decent bit of extra damage. Coward's Way shouldn't do as much damage as a crit will, even at max power. I don't think. Actually, I guess it would never do it regardless because the Coward's Way doesn't scale with your current power actually, so, whereas the crits do. They just scale at a quarter of the rate. Okay. Then how? You know, I was saying that Holy Mantle was, you know, a little late, but now that I think about it, considering... Okay, I need to swap Kuei back in as my default third. Because Kuei hits hard enough to get lethal on the initial combo. Maybe not with 100% consistency, but because that was only 1,400 each. But so you're 210 power. It's gonna be kind of crazy to see what happens when we get an actual good weapon on Kuei. It's going to be an extra 30... I guess it's just an extra 300 damage. So we'd be doing probably about 4,000 damage with a normal physical. What am I doing? Is this just not a place that I need to be? This is a place where we use Tiger Fist. Alright, Tiger Fist. That is a lot of damage. Yeah, Tiger Fist is going to be able to start doing some real solid work, I think, if we can make it happen. I don't know if agility actually increases your accuracy with it or not. I don't know the details on that. It would be nice to have the details, but we'll see how it goes. My assumption is that it affects both the accuracy and the damage, based off of what some people have said. That being said, I would not be terribly surprised if either of those are just incorrect. Is this where I've been... No, it's not. I'm not an idiot. Don't worry about it. Am I in fact incapable of doing anything here right now? Yeah, these have the ability to drop a cleaver, which I don't think I need as a weapon. It's not super relevant, but it exists. They also drop the mist armor, which is funny because you can just buy it outside. And anything else? Oh, this is a staircase. That's fine. Alright. So we're now on the next floor. Hopefully, we end up with something interesting here. I'd love to get, 10, 15,000 EXP per fight. That would be a delightful thing for me. I am wondering, these shades didn't dodge any of the hits from Ursula. I wonder if Ursula can just attack these and fairly consistently kill them all. It's tempting to put Ursula in the front row, basically. And just have her kill most of the enemies. Nothing here. You know what, I'm actually just gonna rest, attack, and attack. The nice thing about her being in the front row is that she can just rest whenever she wants. Wait, is that an ability I can learn? These have a very cool creature design. I do like them. Little centipede-looking critters.
It's funny because they're like centipede archers.
Which is a funny combination. Let's see how. Burglar garb, okay. Who would wear burglar garb? Please not you. Okay, yes, you cannot wear burglar garb. Can you? Is it? It is you! 10% crit chance. You know what? We take those. We take the 10% crit chance. Don't worry about it. Does it matter? Not really, but... Oh, is this the dragon I'm gonna have to fight? That would be my assumption here. So... I don't even remember this. Holy shit. So I feel like maybe the way that they handled the power creep of physical attacks for bosses is they just made all of the bosses incredibly resistant to physical. This has 5 melee resist, which is really quite high. 5 melee and 4 ranged resist. But it has 1 fire resist. So, I guess I could just do that. Let's have Urshan do Quake. We follow that up with a Flame Pillar. And then, do you have a... You actually have a lot of fire attacks you could use. gonna try a shadow look. Unfortunately, there's a lot of fire weapons that are available, but I don't have any of them equipped. I shouldn't have done a shadow look on this character. It's weak against fire. I should have done a. Wow. Okay, that did nothing. I guess I should have probably checked if you were strong against Earth. Yeah, you have 5 Earth resist. Oh, okay. Okay, 15,000 healing? Sure. Okay, buddy. Now we do things correctly. So we Flame Pillar into Typhoon. But we can't start with that. If we start with that, then we get it done correctly. So instead, we Coward's Way into Flame Pillar into Typhoon. Okay, Mjolnir comes out. Is Mjolnir this? Oh, that's cool. That was 1,000 damage on our friendly neighborhood dragon. Yikes. That did, like, nothing. And yeah, I think that's what they did. They basically, like, were like, okay, melee is getting out of hand again. How can we deal with it? Well, what if we just made every enemy massively resistant to melee damage? That do seem to be how they did it. So, are you resistant to wind or something? Yeah, Ebonfire, not a great target for me. We Coward's Way. One of those 2 hits triggered a thing, but not the other one for some reason. I wonder if the shield is broken now? No, the shield isn't broken. I have no idea how the shield system works, by the way. This thing has 25 shield points, whatever the hell that means. You know what? I'm gonna just take a nap and call it a day. We snooze. We rest. 23 plus 6, okay. And then we don't combo with the deal, and that's fine. Everything's fine. We didn't have any reason why we would want to combo that. Okay, Lucky Strike for 500 is very funny. This thing's regen will eventually wear off on its own, so... You can also break through the shield to do it, but I am just feeling lazy, so I'm just going to regen my resources and not worry about it. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do combos, it's fine. $700 non-crit is a lot spookier. Okay, so I guess I don't need to continue to do this. We will, I guess, Flame Pillar into Typhoon again. Yikes! The Lucky Strikes This is very funny how strong this thing is. Like, it's so strong against physical attacks. I'm glad that I have at least some party members that are built for magic. Because imagine if we didn't have anybody built for magic for this fight. It would be a little bad. Revitalize. I don't know. We Coward's Way. We keep using Typhoon. Vitalize comes out. This is not enough to get us out of Instagib range on Urshin, unfortunately. Oh, now we combo the Typhoon. Okay. Sure. Sure, buddy. Whatever. That's fine. That's what we wanted. Let's see here. So, we're going to... I think we are going to use a Rejuve. Keep doing Coward's Way into Typhoon. Yeah, Spirit Ring on Urshin is really funny. For these long fights, where they've, like, tripled your damage output by just giving the boss, like, resistance to your damage. So, like, the change that this game makes over 3 that is the most shady, and I don't mean shady in a bad way, I just mean shady in a shady way. The thing that they've done that's the most shady here is they've added resistance to physical, magic, and breath weapons as classes. In the previous game, you could only be resistant to an element, and your stats determined how much damage you were going to take from a given, like how resistant you were to certain things, right? So like, a boss would have over 250 int if they wanted them to be resistant to magic, right? Just generally, or they would give them a lot of resists to every elemental type. The consequence of that is that you can't wait, have you stopped regenning yet? I haven't been paying attention. Did you stop regenning? Are you still regenning? I don't think so. Also, we have not managed to get a single combo between these two. It's truly wild. The other component of Mjolnir is wind, I assume. I think I'm gonna put on the wind resistance ring. Let's see. Yeah, let's bring out Fire, Typhoon, and then bring you out with a wind resistance ring. Do I even have the wind resistance ring? Yes, I can bring it up. There we go. So you're just immune to wind, or you absorb wind, which means that you should take... Right. So we actually go with Ursula second. And then we have you finish with Typhoon. Okay, Flame Pillar comes out. We combo that with the Inferno. And then we can get through. Okay. So that's 7k damage. Not bad. That's pretty decent damage for one turn. Yeah, basically what that does is it changes the bosses so that they have the ability now to go, no, seriously, this boss is just not a thing that you want to bring your physical attackers to, right? They have the ability to do that in a way that they couldn't before. That is, you know, it's shady, right? It's like, it's not bad. It gives them some design options, but it doesn't leave room for the player to work around it in any real way. Like, it's just like, okay, well, yes, any physical attack is a physical attack, and thus they will always be resistant to it, just as a class of attacks. It lets them take some shortcuts as well, but like, it's not bad to do it. It's just shady. It's just a bit shady. So what does this do? You got the blue charm. You can use it to unlock seals while for the blue charm. Okay, so can I go up? No. So with that incredibly long battle, ooh, Baby Goo and Goo King. Oh, okay. We ready to get a Goo King sword? 15,000. Interesting. I'm a little concerned. About this, but we'll be fine. I'm gonna try to just do maximum damage right off the bat here. I don't think it has a vulnerability. Is it immune to fire or something? Okay, actually that's way less damage than I was expecting. Maybe I'm more concerned than I need to be. So that's 4,000. It's a little alarming to try to do a Typhoon here. But we're doing it anyway. Okay, it's done 2 physical attacks. I'm not stealing from it because I'm actually concerned that I'm going to get wiped, and I don't want to have to redo everything that I just did. So that's why I'm not stealing from it. For those wondering why I'm not securing its presence in this fight, it's because doing so unlocks a stronger attack pattern for it that I am alarmed to try. Appears to be excited. Why does it appear to be excited? Yeah, I don't know how that flag got triggered, but okay. Imagine if we got the Goo King sword, we didn't even charm it. It's like 1 in 256 chance. First try, let's go. Is the 5th floor the floor that I started on? Okay, we're back to the entrance. So we now have the ability to get into that other door, but we also have like a lot of other options. We have like 8 floors to pick from right now. That's kind of crazy, right? Do I actually rest? No. We ate that kind of. We ate that kind of player. Okay, we're gonna go into this blue section here at the beginning. See what is there, and let's see here. What else do we want to do? This section reminds me of Onimusha so much. Defender. What is Defender? Is it just a sword? No. Casparian being irrelevant. Oh, a dragon helm. Interesting. Is that useful? Does it give me immunity to fire or something? Blessed armor. I'm gonna equip the dragon helm, and I'm gonna find out if this... I don't think that it is going to make me immune to snooze. If it makes me immune to snooze, then we'll have confirmation of something useful here. So, where does this take me? Does this just let me walk out? So where am I now? I have no idea where I am right now. Oh, shit. Well, I kind of love that. Okay, we take those. Man, it would be nice if I had something that gave me holy resist increase. That is so good. What a great pack for EXP. So much EXP. List of all the people who have been used as sacrifices for the Kharadane. Okay. Scrolls and books, ancient languages on the shelves. Record of the Empire's attempt to summon a god and what went wrong. Experience involving different methods to kill dragons and other gods. Okay. We have 2 Coltums here. So we can Typhoon. We can Charm. and attack the Chingles, I think. The Chingles, I think, are more dangerous. So, the Colquums are just going to use elemental attacks that I don't need to worry too much about. This is a very complicated dungeon. So we're back up to floor 4, I think. I believe the thing that I was looking at said that the horsemen appear on floor 3. So that would imply to me that was floor 3. I wasn't keeping track. So floor 5 is the top floor. This is one floor below that, or it's 2 floors below that. And this is floor 3, and I misread something or something. Many such cases. But with that being the case, like we basically we're rotating around through the same floors with access to different sections of the floor each time, which is it's a very complicated dungeon design. I'm really surprised to see a dungeon design like that here, because of the fact that the game has historically had so few big dungeons. They're mostly very short and very linear for the most part. So it's interesting. I like this style of dungeon. This style of dungeon is maybe a little bit of a harder sell with an encounter rate this high, but I don't have any objection to having a dungeon this big and this convoluted. I like convoluted dungeons quite a lot. It's not going to be easy for me to figure out where I'm going, but it's a cool way to do things. Let's see if I can just rest through these fights. I think so. This should be so we get 2 rest turns, we get 36 APF of that. Where's the hair? Get 36 AP, and that'll keep us relatively prepped. Oh, thanks. I'm glad to hear you liked it, Pappy Druid. We're doing a little less min and a lot more max. Actually, that's not true. We are doing the minning in this aspect as well for this one. The way that the stat system works, the stats grow a lot higher in this one, so there's less room to do the same thing. So we did a low level game into just final masters. So Quay's been under Kryrick since level 4. Which has had some rather extreme results. We have 53 agility at level 37. So, but hey, I think we're getting close to the point. We might wait. What was? It's a good game, and it has some interesting changes that they've made from Breath of Fire 3. They tackle some really interesting themes. It's not as polished as 3, I don't think, but it's a solid entry into the series, to be sure. What was I looking for? Right, I was looking for my spreadsheet. Are we ahead of you yet? Not quite, but we're getting there. We're actually getting there. We're very close. So Faolu at level 60 something has 259 power. Our weapon gives us 41, I believe. No, it's 35. It's actually even less than that. So we have a 35 power weapon, which means that we're at 234 power right now. So we are 25 power away from catching up to the power level of Faolu at the mid game. That's pretty cool. Let's see, what is your base? You're 2. So, and we're 31 away from catching up on defense. Now, agility. We don't need to talk about agility. Don't worry about agility. we're about 150 agility behind, but you know, and probably 150 wisdom behind. Yeah. But hey, look, you know, you can't have everything unless you're playing Breath of Fire 3, in which case you absolutely can have everything and should have everything because it's more fun that way. Oh, this is just the... Okay. So how do I get to... Yeah, so this is definitely a 4-4. Okay. Alright, so we Typhoon. We Charm. We Stab You. But yeah, I think that this is going to end up being a very fun run. This has been a bit of a mess of a first run because I can't believe I soft-locked myself. That actually makes me happy that I managed to soft-lock myself earlier. But now that I have an idea of where all of the EXP is, I think we'll be able to get Steel immediately. Now, do we need it though? Did we ever actually establish anything that we needed Steel for? No, right? I don't think we ever ended up establishing the need for Steel before we would get access to it anyway. But it's more fun to do it that way, and that was the other thing that I needed to like determine was, do I actually need Steel? It's more fun. It's more fun to try to get everything, I think, than it is to be boring. We'll try to get Steel. We'll try to get Steel on the final run. Will that entail sitting in that one room for 6 hours? Maybe. Maybe. The drop rate is real low for some of those items. We don't necessarily need all of them, though. So, can we summon this? We cannot summon this. Okay, so... I don't know how we get to there. My guess would be we go down from the previous floor. Somehow. Alright. Poke the Stargazer, get the Typhoon done, and we're actually getting a little close to one-shotting those. I think they have 3,000-ish HP, so we might actually start one-shotting those with our Typhoons soon, which would be kind of funny. It is actually amazing how high level we are. Like, I haven't had to do any grinding, and we're basically caught up to Dale, I think, right? Let's take a look at where's Dale? Dale. Tell me, Dale, what level are you at this point? Let's see. So, upon entering this dungeon, level 40. So, that's pretty similar, right? Like, we were, like, I don't know, like 38 or something like that. But, like, we're actually real close in level to where Dale was at. I wonder why. I wonder if as you get to like level 40, the EXP starts really ramping up. Like what the necessary experience to level. Okay, so I guess I could probably... What am I doing? We got 18 minutes left. I guess I just keep wandering around this dungeon? Is that how I do this? I'm gonna go to each floor in turn and just check if it leads to an interesting location. It's sneaky. Is this a sneaky location that goes up twice? No, it only needs to go up once. Are we on the 4th floor now? We're on the 4th floor now, right? Okay, there's a Colpum ×2. We Typhoon. We Charm. We attack. We're golden. And what do we do now? Boom. Habushki. It'd be really nice to be able to get the drop off of these Colpums by the end of stream today. Unfortunately, 1 in 256 is a very rare drop.
I don't know if we're gonna be picking up this weapon on this run. We'll have to get it on our final run. On the finalized run, we'll need to get it, but on this run, I don't know that we necessarily need to. Mostly what I'm looking to do is check certain things like the relative power of like magic versus physical. It does look like magic is perfectly serviceable for most situations here in the late game. But it's got vulnerabilities. Because of the fact that the physical really does scale out of control, but the magic is still very useful for AoEing. And Ursula kind of has the best of both worlds, being able to just use physical attacks for AoE, while also having perfectly serviceable magical capacity. Interesting character. I am glad that I leaned into physical with Ursula, though. I think I prefer a physical Ursula because she has a unique, just like completely unique skill set for that. It might be fun to do a magic-based Ryu, because in this game, you actually do have a stronger incentive to... I'm basically heading back up to the top. Oh, wait. I don't want to head up. The elevator won't be there, so never mind. I need to go meet the elevator. Need to meet the elevator. I can't actually... Oops. The other nice thing is because we have that wind charm, we have the wind ring, we are infusing their things with wind, and then they're healing instead of hurting when they target one of my characters. It is interesting. I wonder if there's other sources of things like ice rings.
because I've found exactly one of each type of ring so far, and I wonder if I actually have other sources available, or if it's just those. A little concerning, but only a little. It's only a little. It's mostly fine. So I think on Monday we're probably going to finish up the game. We'll fight the rider. As a proof of concept, I think we've gotten some really good information from this. Let's say, well, one of the things that I want to check that I think is fairly important to get a good handle on is, does it make sense to try to get my agility up higher or not? The HP reduction is almost certainly a non-issue, even for the protagonist, because I believe the breath weapons don't actually use your max HP, or your current HP rather, as a component of the damage formula. They use your percent of your maximum to determine whether it's going to get weakened. Have I been in here? I have not. Okay, so we're on the correct floor, I believe, to get to the chest. I'm so happy. I'm so happy with myself. I'm like, I feel like it's probably in this back room area here. This is gonna be where it is. Let's check it out. And then it was right there, and it just feels good to be like, geographically speaking, I feel like I know where this is probably at. Okay, so we now need to go back to the elevator. And the elevator was left on floor 3. But where was it on floor 3? I wonder if I can get there by just going down here. Yeah, if we kill like 150 of these, we're probably gonna get the weapon eventually. The drop rate might be higher than that as well. Again, I don't actually know what the drop rates are for this game. Technically, I don't really know what they are for the other game either. I feel like the drop rates didn't feel as bad as they are allegedly supposed to be. So I don't know. I feel like maybe the drop rates are modified by something that... Okay, so this is the... Oops. That's the normal route down. Okay, we Typhoon. We Charm. I would really love to get the Slicer thing, because that's a really solid weapon to take into the fight against the Rider. So tomorrow we'll probably have to get a... Sorry, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the Sifrin game, though, in Stars in Time. Tomorrow isn't Stars in Time, because that's Friday. But on Monday, we're going to try to deal with the Rider, and we're going to try to deal with the Trans as well. And I should be in a sort of like uniquely well situated place to deal with the Trans. So one of the things that we're going to find out is whether your stats really matter that much. We'll have to see. We'll see whether it's any easier for me to meet the threshold, the damage thresholds, than it is for a normal person at level 40. I'm not that confident that there's going to be a big enough difference that I'll have that much of an easier time meeting the thresholds. Because I'm not using Quay for dealing with those, which is one of the kind of funny things is that the character who has had oh shit! Okay, that's great with 7 minutes to spare. We can now equip the slicer. So there's a 78 power weapon. So with +1 hits. And I could put it on our protagonist. I think I actually want it on you. Nah, I don't want it on you right now. I'll put it on the protagonist for right now. But later we will put it on you. So, not too shabby. That is one of the best items available to me. This is need to go down here. We're going to the elevator. So we're going to go to the elevator, and then we are going to get the heck out of here. So we're going to go with a Typhoon. We are still using Charm on this, because we do still need another copy. We don't necessarily need another copy. I'll need to figure out what other weapons are available to Ciaz. Because all of Ciaz's weapons have +1 hit. And there's overlap between Ciaz's weapons and the protagonist's weapons. I don't think that this item is the best in slot for Ciaz. That's not the best in slot for Quay either, actually, but it's a very good option to have for right this moment. Actually, you know what? I don't need it unless I want to. Am I using both of them against the actual? Because I think one of the weapons that I would be using is actually gotten from the rider itself. I think the rider is the target to kill. So I think, yeah, maybe at the beginning of Monday's stream, we will make a run for that. I think that's what we'll try to do. We'll try to figure out how to get enough damage out to take out the rider. Is it here? Yes. Maybe? No. This is the place you drop down. Did I drop down? No, right? I took the elevator? Unfortunately, now I need to find my way out of this dungeon. Unclear how effectively I'll be able to... I haven't done anything this entire... This is the problem with not having an addictive substance in your water, you know? This is the problem. This is the problem. That's crazy that I've drank basically nothing this entire stream. I usually go through like a liter and a half. No, I usually go through about 2 liters during my streams. So, kinda crazy that I did not, in fact, get through just that little bit. Okay, so we're back up to the top floor. We have 4 minutes left, and I think I'm going to take a look at some of my stats to check in on things. So, we're level 38, and we've gotten a lot of levels under Kyrick. So, every 10 levels under Kyrick is an extra 30. So, we've gotten about, like, 90 some, probably about 100 extra power just from our masters, which isn't too bad. That's pretty good. Defense, we've gotten an extra, I don't know, 2/3 of that. And then our agility and wisdom are both garbage, as is good and proper. But let's see, what was the thing that I wanted to check? One thing that I wanted to check is you have way less power than I would have anticipated. Let me take a look here. So if we give Quay the flame sword again, just so that we can give you the slicer. The slicer is pretty solid. It's not like your absolute best item available. They have very similar base power, but her weapon is much stronger. And unless I get like some really crazy endgame stuff, we're not getting Ciaz that much closer. So it looks to me like Ursula has a surprisingly high power stat. Cray is in a good position in terms of power to accomplish the objective of making good super combos. So I think that Cray can probably do some decent damage with a super combo. And if I get him up to 500 power, I think his best weapon is like 130 power or something like that. So we're actually closer than you'd think, though not by that much. I guess we still need another 100, but don't worry about it. But yeah, we could get pretty close to the power cap without even needing to use Last Resort, which is kind of interesting. Like, Cray doesn't need Last Resort to get close to the power cap. And what else did I want to check? I don't know. I need to check the skill list at some point so that I can figure out what abilities I'm missing. We have a 45 hit combo as our maximum. And 173,000 max combo damage. Let's see, we've got the best in slot for you. Not necessarily for the weapon, but the weapon doesn't really matter, I don't think. We have not all of the best in slot, but we have the best in slot for AoE for you. We have nowhere near best in slot for you. We have a lot more work to do with you. Nina, I don't think needs gear. Let's see, you're coming up on best in slot, basically. And Cray has got a lot of work to work on. But that, I believe, is going to be it for today. We've managed to get ourselves into the final dungeon. We managed to get that slicer, which is a big deal for me. I was a little concerned that I wasn't going to be able to get that weapon, and that weapon will help us a lot against the Rider later. So tomorrow we're going to be doing In Stars and Time again. I've been really enjoying that game, and it'll be interesting to see how things progress from here. We had some interesting events happen in the previous stream, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen next. And then on Monday, we'll come back to this, and we might finish the entire game. We don't need to do all of the completionist stuff, but I would like to get a better handle on what gear I can get and in the end game and things like that, and get an idea of
how to handle the Rider and the Treyan like bosses, so that I can start making attempts on those. So that works.